Hey there, Drawyah here, and welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Today taking flights in the Boeing 747-8 Intercontinental, flying in Korean Airlines colours. So, be a long flight today, flying here from Seoul to Anchorage. So expecting around a 7-hour long flight tonight. And we'll start preparing the aircraft in a couple of moments and get ourselves ready to fly today. We are using packs, of course. We always do. So jump into cockpit and we'll start setting the airplane up for today. So overhead panel, let us turn on the batteries, turn on the external power, align the IRS. So we are using the salty 747, which is basically like an A320X project, but for the 747. And at some point in the week, I'll do a video dedicated to this one, just because it really does, well, it just seems like a bit of an interesting project. So there's three now. So you've got the A320X, the salty 747, and the rusty spoon 787. And so, like I say, the 74 and 78 I'll do dedicated videos on at some point during the week, which should be quite nice. Yes, so Anchorage was absolutely going to happen. Once we get like a 75 or a 767 sim, I'll definitely be doing Iceland to Anchorage, but I'm just looking for an appropriate aircraft to fly for this one. So yeah, I thought we'd go Korean, and Anchorage was a very common destination. In fact, it still is to this day for Korean, so I thought it'd be a nice little fit. Right, position. So we are currently at Seoul, not Seoul, so as I kept pronouncing it, Seoul, which is Romeo Kilo Sierra India. Plug that in, stick it on the IRS position, and so while it doesn't give you the countdown of how many minutes there are before the displays align, it will align. The IRS is set, and so I'm sure with future updates we'll see all that arrive. So yeah, let's keep on going, shall we? Let's go to the next page, which that's all fine, Head over to routes. So, like I said, departing from Seoul, Romeo Kilo Sierra India, flying to Pank, Papa Alpha November Charlie. We'll be flying as Korean Airlines, so that is flights number KE, Kilo Echo 261. Type that in, and before we plug in all the routes, let's start with the passengers, shall we? So start a flight. Yep, we'll change over to that. So that's our flight number. Cruising actually to 370. We'll be then stepping up to 39 once we hit, I believe it's Benok. We'll double check the flight plan in a moment. Flight time, or block time, is 7 hours 30. Time to take off will be about 30 minutes. Flying 748 with 365 people on board. We have got Wi-Fi, we have got entertainment, we have got boarding music. We have got custom safety briefing. We have got a meal service, we have got a snack service. Now, before I click start, can I just say how awesome the Korean Airlines boarding music is? When preparing this, because I've not flown Korean Airlines myself, I didn't know what I was expecting, but the Korean Airlines boarding music is just bliss. I love it, I really do. Probably up there with my favourites, actually. So let's start that, shall yes, the Salty Simulation 747. I'll do a video on that at some point soon. Otherwise, passengers are slowly boarding the aircraft now. In the upper deck, we've got our first class passengers, Willie Lopez. And so, yeah, we have got proper multi-deck simulation in this. It'll take a little while to lap all 362 passengers on board today. It will take a little while. Right, so while that does that, let's set up our flight plan today. So, first waypoint, we're flying to Egoba, followed. Ooh, hang on. It's going to be. Check the flight plan. That one. From Egoba, we fly to 40 East 30. So our first track of today. We've got a fair few tracks to follow as we cross a lot of the oceans and routes. So we'll see how that goes. Then we fly to Lamka, followed by Bmore, And then it's Rutao. I just love this song. Aluta. Followed by Detour. So you take a detour to Mgol. Then we fly to Benok. Following Piral. Oh yes, chat, if you can do me a favour, as soon as you push back from the gates, everybody spam in chats anti-ice, 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 because I'm going to forget. And, well, you know what happens if I don't turn on the anti-icing, and there's no way I want to fly 6 hours in a frozen popsicle plane, so you guys have a mission today. Spam the heck out of anti-ice after we push back from the gates. Right, where is Pimor? Benok, Piral. Piral, right. Yeah, so I'm just checking now. So Piral is that one. North 51, east 14. So 51, 145, that'll be that one. After Piral, we fly to 54, east 50. And then it's Luteg. Then it's Atnad. Following Osbat. 60 east 70. And I believe that takes us into, yes, then 60 east 70 takes us across the Pacific over to Alaska. I'm gonna go quiet now, just so you can appreciate the boarding music. Right, okay, so that's our flight plan complete. We'll activate that, execute that, and we'll check ATC for any active tower right now, which I believe is Unicom. Yeah, 122.8, so we'll speak to someone later, but for now we should be alright. So our legs set up, we'll go back to initialization, we'll go to performance, we'll program our cruising altitude to 370, our cost index and view reserves do not work, so we'll skip that. And our takeoff, we use 10 degrees of flaps, and it'll be a 166 rotate. So they have actually fixed the rotation calculation now. That is an actual rotation speed we'll be using today. I'm glad they finally fixed that, because it's like 210 knots rotates. Right, so that's all set. When I go to our departures page, and as it stands, it'll be a runway 33 left departure on the Ego Big departure. Ego Big, I like that. Oh yeah, I'm loving these streams. I mean, I really enjoyed flying in this platform, and, well, I hope you guys enjoy watching as well, because that's the main reason why I do these. You guys enjoy it, I enjoy it. What's stopping me? Alright, the IRS is aligned now, so we'll check the flight plan in 2 seconds. Make sure that it all makes sense. Ah, okay, well, the plan page obviously doesn't... Oh boy. That doesn't work. Oh, don't tell me I have to reset the aeroplane or something. Oh, that is so annoying. Okay, I have to restart this 2 seconds. Well, I break. The navigation display, it decided not to... Well, I changed it to plan mode, but then it just kicks me out. So we'll restart. We'll do exactly what we did before, and then we'll just continue as is. Fortunately, you're on the ground, so it didn't cause us any, didn't give us any problems. And note to self, Drawyah, just don't check the flight plan again. Haven't upgraded my system yet, still running the same spec as before. Right, so what did I do before? It was RS sensor nav, battery automatic, turn that on, solar power available, down to the FMS, let's just program what we did again. So position, RKSI, plug that in there, that's that, so RKSI to Pank. Right, sorry, flight number was KE261. Performance 370. Execute that, go to routes, next page, and plug it all in again. So, ego bar. It shouldn't take us too long, we'll just rush through this. So that's to 40 East 30. Following Lamcar. And then it's Beamore. Followed by Routal. And then it's Oluta. Detour. MGOL. Benok. I should also call the stuff as well. So ground services, tune ground for the fuel supply, the jet bridge, and the well, we won't do the cargo this time, so just jet fuel and jet bridge. That's Benok to Pirao. 54, hang on, it's that one. 54 East 50. Luteg. That's NAD. Ospats. $60, $70. Rousseau. Mucklock.
On behalf of the cabin crew, I'd like to welcome you aboard our flight. As you find your seat, be sure to place your larger carry-on items in overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. If you have trouble finding a location for any of your carry-on items, please use the flight attendant call button over your seat and somebody
Right, so this time we won't touch the plan, we'll just presume that the flight plan's correct. So wait for the IRS to align, that'll take a couple of moments, and then we'll be cleared to make our way out. Yeah, so flying Korean Airlines today. It's a 7.5 hour flight to Anchorage, although I'll try and make a bit of time in the air. Try and see if I can try and bring possibly an hour and a half. That would be a good range for us. The fuel truck is nowhere to be seen, so I'll probably just end up using the menu to fuel. Let's do that, shall we? So, open the fuel menu. In total, we require 166,382. So, we'll carry a bit of excess. We'll go 48% of our fuel, so a little bit more of excess. But just in case there's a bit of an excess fuel burn, we'll at least be able to deal with that. So just going to wait for the IRS to align again. that's been plugged in. We'll plug in our departure as well, so it'll be a 3-3 left via the Ego Big. That's all fine. Set our takeoff using 10 degrees of flaps. And 183 rotate. So yeah, 183 rotate, I can deal with that. That'll do. Set the altitude now to 370, our initial cruising altitude. Set the vertical speed to 2,500 will do. And our speed will set to 250 knots. Flight director active. See how our passengers are doing while we wait for the aircraft setup. So, economy is looking quite good now. Aircraft is filling up nicely. The upper deck, first class, is looking almost ready to go. I think there's a few more seats left where we have one or two more people left, but for the most part, upper deck's looking fine. And then again, a few more passengers on the lower level to also board as well. We're almost there. We are almost there. On the window heat, we can do that for now. And like I say, as soon as we push back and just before we taxi, we might turn all the anti-icing on, just in case we have to, well, like I say, you know what happens if you don't turn on anti-icing. The sim goes a little bit too far with the or the icing. Where I'm from the UK. I'm from London. That area is going to be a bit lost. Our Korean Airlines looking mightily good in stand right now. I must say, Korean Airlines probably have one of the most iconic 747 series out there. I mean, you got iconic 747s, but like KLM, they painted it bright blue. It is something to look at. Thank you, Ralph, for the $5 US. Keep it up. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Kitos, Finnish guy. Kitos. Mitakulu. Right, what else can I do while I wait? We'll turn on the APU as soon as that's all set. We'll set the heating to automatic. That way the aircraft can manage its own temperature. Fuel pumps will turn on when we're starting up the engines. Otherwise everything is set as it should be. We'll turn on the navigation lights. And that is that for now. No need for logo lights. We may turn on the wing lights if we fly into the US, so I'll definitely keep an eye out for that one. There we go, RS is aligned, and so I'll be using that for our flight plan today. And like I say, do not touch the modes change, because that's just going to go and muck us up. Right, APU starts. Haven't tried version 3 yet. I'll probably give that download tonight, well, tomorrow morning, more likely. So, AP starting up. Cabin should be looking nice and calm right now. Looking first class as well. Well, okay, for some reason there's a truck that's gone into our engine there. Some things can not change. We still going? So am I having a quick internet connection issue here? 2 seconds. Okay, back in the green now. We should be alright. APU started. We'll turn on the APU generators. Turn the power comes off. Thank you, Crizzy, for subscribing on Twitch. Much appreciated, man. How are you doing? Welcome back to the channel. Right, so AP is running, aircraft's looking like it's just about ready to go now. Very final stages of boarding now, most passengers are on the aircrafts. Perhaps just the latter few. Yeah, not many left to go to boarding. We'll prepare the aircraft now for push and start, and the aircraft take care of the rest. So we'll turn on the beacon lights, turn on both. Also make sure that the seatbelt sign is turned on via PAX as well. Alright, so let's call the pushback tug over. Let's prepare the aircraft for push and starts. So jet bridge moves, pushback tug is going to connect. And turn on the weather radar because it also gives us the range rings. Yeah, no worries, Chrissy. Don't work yourself to death. PAX. The passenger add-on is PAX. Right. I can make released. Start up engine 4. So fuel pumps active. Engine starts switch active.
We're ready to go when
Watch
you
the N1 to increase.
Good morning,
Engine
ladies and
4 fuel
gentlemen,
flow
and
starts.
welcome aboard flight 261, which serves to Anchorage.
Give it a few seconds, then we're going to
So that all
turn nose
devices
to the
are
left, so
in
request
airplane
pushback
mode
to the
and your large
right.
devices are now shut
Not
down
yet.
and stowed.
Wait until we finish
Fasten your
pushback.
seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, secure doors for departure.
Right, engine 4 is starting nicely. Wait for the switch to pop back into place, and then we'll do the same for engine
Ladies
3.
and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen for an
There we
important
go.
safety
So,
demonstration.
start the fuel
Thank you for
pumps.
flying with us.
Engine 3 starts.
손님 여러분, 지금부터 여러분의 안전하고 쾌적한 여행을 위해 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Start the fuel flow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you about the safety features of this aircraft.
Yeah, weather in Seoul's looking quite nice. Got a few clouds, but not looking too bad.
선반에 보관하실 수 있으며, 특히 선반 속의 짐은 떨어질 우려가 있으니 겹쳐서 넣지 않도록 주의해 주십시오.
Carry-on items must be placed under the seat in front of you or in an overhead bin.
Wait for 3
Please
to
make
click into
sure that
place.
all items in the overhead bins
Engine
are safely
2
stored,
starts.
as they may shift during the flight.
Watch the N1.
기내에서는 비행기 통신과 항법 장비에 영향을 미치는 FM, AM 라디오, 휴대용
Fuel
TV
flow
사용이
starts.
항상 금지되어 있습니다.
Items
Korean.
such as FM,
Yes,
AM
Korean.
radios and portable TVs, which may cause interference with the aircraft's navigation or communication systems, must not be used during the entire flight.
휴대용 전화기 등 전자기기는 무선 통신 기능을 끄는 경우에 한하여 사용하실 수 있습니다.
Portable electronic devices, PEDs, such as cellular phones, may be used during the entire flight, but they must be placed in airplane mode.
휴대용 전자기기 및 배터리가 압착될 경우
Engine
발선 또는
1
화재
starts.
우려가 있으니 주의하시기 바랍니다.
Portable electronic devices, PEDs, can be damaged or become a potential fire hazard if they are compressed, so please take caution.
Right.
휴대용
So, last engine starting up now. As soon as that stabilises, we'll then turn off the APU and we'll start our way to the runway. We should be alright at the
Notify
FMS.
the cabin crew immediately.
We've already had one minor issue, but nothing that won't cause us any problems.
전자기기는 이 착륙하는
Flaps down to
동안
10.
좌석 하단 또는 기내 선반에 안전하게 보관하여 주시기 바랍니다.
Large electronic devices, such as laptop computers, must be stored securely under the seat or in an overhead bin during takeoff and landing.
또한
Cool.
승무원의 유지
Anti-ice, yes. Anti-ice, thank you.
제한될 수 있습니다.
So turn that's...
Please understand that you must
I'll
refrain
do it
from
from this
using
view.
electronic devices,
So
when
on,
requested by the cabin crew.
on,
여러분의 안전과
and
쾌적한 여행을
on.
위해 저희
That's all
대한항공은
sets.
전 노선에서 금연을 실시하고
Wipers,
있습니다.
washers don't
특히
require them.
전자담배를 포함한 기내에서의
Turn on the
모든
center tank
흡연행위는
and stabilizing
법에 따라 엄격히 금지되어 있으므로
tanks.
협조해 주시기 바랍니다.
Right.
For your safety and
Park and
comfort,
brake released.
smoking is prohibited
Takes us
on
to the
all
runway.
Korean Air flights. Smoking on the plane, including electronic cigarettes, is strictly prohibited by law.
여러분의 좌석 위쪽에는 좌석 벨트 사인이 있습니다. 좌석 벨트 사인이 켜지면 벨트를 매주시고 그동안 화장실 사용은 삼가시기 바랍니다.
Right, let's get going, shall we?
벨트는 버클을 끼워 몸에 맞도록 조여주시고 풀 때는 덮개를 들어 올리면 됩니다.
When the seatbelt sign is on, please be seated with your seatbelt securely fastened.
Flight time is about 7 hours.
We recommend
Let's say
that you
packs
keep
worth money.
your seatbelt
Absolutely.
fastened at all
Absolutely. I'm
times.
loving this add-on.
To fasten
It's
your
a small
seatbelt,
add-on, but it just adds
insert
so
the
much
link
more
into
passenger
the main
simulation.
buckle. To unfasten your
And inside the
seatbelt,
cabin, everyone will be seated right
raise
now.
the flap and
You've got the
pull.
cabin crew doing their final checks, but they'll be seated in a couple of moments.
이 비행기의 비상구는
And then upstairs, you've got a couple of empty seats, but most of the first class has been now filled.
비상구마다 비상구 안내 사인이 있으므로 여러분이 계신 곳에서 가장 가까운 비상구의 위치를 확인해 주십시오. 또한 비상 시에는 비상구까지 유도등이 통로에 켜지게 됩니다.
In case of an emergency, emergency
They
track
stack
lights will
twice on
turn
board.
and guide
Well,
you
if there's
to
anything like the flight this morning, let's hope the
There are
lavatories don't get
emergency
too
exits at the
clogged
front,
up with people.
middle, and rear sections of the aircraft.
If you look at the flight this morning I did from Melbourne to Sydney, the moment I turned off seatbelt sign, everybody rushed to toilets. It was crazy.
객실 기압에 이상이 있을 경우
Those aren't passengers, so
저절로 내려옵니다. 마스크가 보이면
the green people, the green dots, those are passengers. The white dots, ones that you can't click, those are cabin crew. So those are the flight attendants that are managing the aircraft. Got one upstairs right now, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4 cabin crew downstairs.
If the cabin pressure changes, oxygen masks will automatically drop for your use. When the mask drops, pull it towards you, place it over your nose and mouth, and then adjust the elastic headband. Please put on your mask first before you
There's an
assist
aircraft
others.
coming into land. Looks like it. Yes, there is. And they're on the 3-3 right, so we may have to wait for them to exit the runway and clear themselves first before we make our way up into the air.
Your life vest is located in a pouch under or beside your seat for use in the event of an emergency landing at sea.
착용하실 때는 머리 위에서부터 입으시고 버클을 띄운 다음 끈을 몸에 맞도록 조여주십시오. 앞에 있는 붉은색 손잡이를 당기시면 부풀어집니다. 충분히 부풀지 않을 때는 고무관을 풀어주십시오. 그러나 구명복은 비상구 앞에서 탈출 직전에 부풀려 주십시오.
Put on your life vest
Sex of plane? No. Not flying to Hawaii. Sorry, was it? No, they're parts from Hawaii, wasn't it, in the movie? And then they, yeah. No snakes on this plane. We're using IVAO. So there is multiplayer as long as you have the IVAO network yourself.
Please note that you must inflate the vest only in front of an exit door just before leaving the aircraft.
Right, almost ready to go. The cabin safety demo is almost at an end.
여러분이 사용하실 비상구
Just seeing the aircraft coming to land in distance over there.
따라주시기 바랍니다.
The escape slides will be used as life rafts on the water. Regarding emergency water landing procedures and location of exits,
Is that a
please
320?
follow
Yeah, that's a
instructions of the
320.
cabin crew.
Might be a 330. Yeah, that's a 330.
비상구 좌석에 앉으신 분께서는 비상 시 저희 승무원과 함께 다른 승객들의 탈출을 도와주셔야 합니다.
Very nice.
여러분의 적극적인 협조를 부탁드립니다.
If you are seated in
The
an
Salty Simulations
exit,
747.
you must be able to assist
At some point in the week, like I said, I'll do a
passengers in
video
an emergency.
showcasing dedicated to
Refer
it.
to the safety
As I only found out about it yesterday, so it is new. And so I'll look into it, do a bit more research, perhaps contact the developer, and then start showcasing that a little bit more as well. No, I am not a pilot.
Please put your seat in the upright position. Fold your tray table and fasten your seatbelt securely.
보다 자세한 내용은 앞좌석 등받이 속의 안내문을 참고하시기 바랍니다.
For more information, please refer to the information card in the seat pocket.
저희 대한항공과 함께 즐겁고 편안한 여행이 되시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
We hope you enjoy your flight. Thank you.
Thank you for the £10, Toblerone. Perfect. The AT by 7 million trolley 2. Cheers for that, man. Much appreciated. That will almost certainly cover lunch for tomorrow.
Cabin lights will be dimmed for departure and landing. If you
Right,
require
hold
additional
position
lights,
here.
there's a reading light on the panel above you.
Quick check of the runway, make sure that the aircraft that has landed has now cleared it. Not yet. That aircraft's there also taxiing. Other runway's clear. If there's no one on approach, we can taxi into position and hold, which looks like will be the case. Cool, so taxi position, but we won't depart until the runway is clear. So turn our flights on. Cabin crew, please be seated for departure. There we go. Took a bit of time to record. Cabin crew, please be seated for departure. Make sure the brake set to reject takeoff. In the off chance we need to cancel, but I've got no reason why we should cancel departure today. Everything has been set up correctly and we are all good to go. The runway is now clear, the aircraft has cleared the runway. So, there's only one thing left for us to do, and that's to depart. Engines up 50%. 1 to 4 are clear. So 1 to 4 are stable. Let's get going. Knots. V1. Rotates. There we go. Positive rates, gear up. Nose down slightly and starts a right hand turn, I believe, in a moment. Not yet, actually. Continue current heading. Flaps up to 5. That's just the glide slope warnings, nothing for us to worry about. Just to trim slightly as well. What are we doing to? Oh, there you go. Alright, let's turn on autopilot now and get that system active. So, active autopilot. Altitude set, vertical speed 2,500. Speed set 250 knots. Auto throttle is armed. Heading all sets to LNAV. So this one, the aircraft will level off, or kind of level off to pick up speeds up to 250 knots. And so this point, it's the this is the easy bits. The aircraft knows what it's doing. It'll keep its speed, it'll keep its climbing. It shouldn't cause any problems. It's when it gets to cruise, things may get a little bit unstable. And it's at that point we need to start the trim to keep the aircraft balanced. It's not too difficult to manage, you just need to know what you're doing to figure out how it all works. Yes, the Aerosoft CRG I'm certainly excited for. Looking at those screenshots, so I'm almost certainly going to pick that one up. So that was default Seoul, and I'm not sure about 747 mod fixing trim yet, because I've not actually done a full flight in it, but we'll find that out today, one way or another. So the bottom screen got 7 hours 27 expected arrival. Make sure the ETA at the top of the screen, that will slowly adjust as well as we continue our cruise or climb out.
We have now passed 10,000 feet, so you may turn on larger portable electronic devices. This is also a reminder
Turn
to
off the turn off the APU actually, forgot to do that. Whoops. Right, landing lights
This
off.
aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. If you wish to connect to the Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page to pay a small fee for internet access. We do offer complimentary in-flight.
Yep, we are on Unicom
Connect to the
122.8.
Wi-Fi, and you'll be able to access our wide range of free.
There's no ATC right now, so shouldn't be anywhere else. I'm sure with the next patch they will fix a lot of the bug issues that they, I guess, created in the last version. Come on, trying to get that Mac to work. Points 2, points 9. Try to get it exactly to a 0, but just trying to find that 8. There you go, 0.54, perfect. So increase that to Mach 0.65. The Japan update should look good. As soon as that comes out, I'll 100% be doing that. Can you advertise Discord server? No, you cannot. If you do, I shall ask my mods to remove you. I turned Bloom off just because I don't personally see a need for it. I'm not sure what it does or how it does stuff, but I know it takes a few frames. But that's more personal preference, Bloom. There's the airports, just to our right hand side, now slowly leaving behind us. Can't you do Mach 3? Not in the 747, that's for sure. It's quite a fascinating airport, Incheon. It's a land reclaimed island, so that there's like the original island, and then they dumped a load of dirt into the sea. It's kind of like in Japan, they dump a load of dirt into the sea to create a newer or bigger island, and then build around that. So that's the where it came from. Yes, you are using the wing flex mod, so I won't get too much wing flex at relatively clear skies. We'll keep an eye out for that during maybe a bit of turbulence later, but as it stands, looking quite calm. we'll do this left-hand turn here, and as soon as we finish banking from that, I'll probably then turn off the seatbelt sign. Maximum cruise speed of this aircraft will be Mach 0.85-ish. Mach 0.7. Now flying over the city of Seoul. Child assist turned on. You guys fortunately reminded me as soon as we push back from the gates. How do you know what speed the aircraft has? So it tells you in the menu, and likewise most... You can do a quick Google search, it tells you the maximum... what's the term? The maximum operating speed of any aircraft. Right, so as I said, as soon as the wings level off, we shall turn off the seatbelt sign, give passengers a chance to move around. Yes, the Korean Airlines 747 Squawk 750 is by accident over Alaska. Was intercepted by US fighter jets, as it was, well, we all know what happened on September 11th, 2001. And so the Korean Airlines flight was known as the fifth ghost hijacking. That works really well for Microsoft Flight Sim. It works very well indeed. It's nice to have the proper ATC functionality. Just adds enough, or adds a lot to the wholesome experience. We've got one more time coming up, so I think I'll actually hold off for that first, and then if it straightens out thereafter, which, yeah, it straightens out, so that'll be the perfect opportunity for us to give passengers a chance to move the cabin. Otherwise, still very satisfied, still another 7 odd hours to go. The cabin crew making, or a few of the cabin crew making their first rounds of the aircrafts. And otherwise, yeah, so far so good. The mod feels alright. The mod feels alright. Yes, so once the Japan mod comes out, I'll be doing... I was going to do last Sunday, Tokyo to Hiroshima. The 787 was in a bit of a worse for wear state, so we chose not to do it in the end. Yes, Tokyo, Hiroshima, Hiroshima, Tokyo is on my list of to-do flights. And so I'll wait for the Japan mod to come out, and then we'll go for that. We're running on the high stroke ultra settings. High stroke ultra. Shame, Glizzy, I'm not going to answer that question, but mute you instead. Not on VATSIM, we're on IVAL, IVAO. Yes, the right side of the plane is mirrored, so we're going to keep that side to a minimum. Like when we flew with British Airways from Heathrow to JFK, well, we won't look at the right-hand sides too often. Do you go to sleep? What's the point of sleep? It's 6 hours of a day where you just do nothing. We may even push for Mach 0.9 later. Mach 0.86. That's going to be a good speed to actually pick up some time today. Climbing through 29,000, 30,000, 300. We're going to decrease our ascent rate because we are now starting to lose a bit of speed. So we'll go down to 1,400 feet per minute climb. Right, I shouldn't need to do that, let's just do it from the menu down here. So select events, seatbelt signs off. Taking like about 3 or 4 seconds for the cabin crews to get that message. To make the announcements in the cabin, there we go.
You can now get up and move about the cabin. However, we ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened when needed in case of unexpected.
Everybody jumps right out of their seats. And they're all gonna, let's see here, so there's 1 toilet there, 2 toilets, 3 toilets, 4 toilets, 5 toilets. So there's 5 toilets on the lower deck, and 3 toilets on the upper deck. In fact, some people are going upstairs just to rush to the toilet. I see a couple of people getting lost there, trying to go to the exit door, but instead have to now wait in this queue. Right, I'm going to have to ban this guy now entirely. It's a shame, but it's just spam. Give me a second on Twitch. I'll also do the same on YouTube. There we go. I hate banning people, but if they're going to be like that, then what's the points? So the mod is PAX, TFDI Design PAX, the Passenger and Crew Experience add-on. So it adds cabin crew and adds passengers to all your flights. It must have been that airport food. Oh gosh, they're all marching down the cabin now. Are they going for the stairs? Are they going to march and charge the upper deck? Is there revolts going on in the cabin? I love this add-on. It's still an alpha, don't forget, so it's still going to get updated and tweaked. But this is the first version with the actual live cabin map, so let's say, give it some time, it will eventually figure itself out. Upper deck, got a few passengers standing around. That guy's, yeah, we're waiting for that 1 toilet there. These ones are taken, passengers waiting everywhere, cabin crew stuck in the middle of everywhere. The passengers revolts downstairs, still marching ahead. Just buy one, so it costs $30, which is about £20, 22 euros, something like that. You pay once, you keep it forever, and it's compatible with any flight sim. So it's Microsoft Flight Simulator, FSX, P3D, X-Plane 11, and FS 2004 as well, actually, because it uses FSUI PC to work. Just need to change my heading 2 seconds because, well, the aircraft's still doing that random bobbing around. So if I can try and use the manual heading selector to kind of get it on track, and then we can just switch back to the VNav. Like I said, it's just a case of actually working with the aircraft to not, well, do what it does. It takes a bit of work, but you get there in the end. So yeah, we're now at cruise, we are at 37,000 feet. And, I was going to check the flight plan, wasn't I? Where are you? There you are. So, we're currently staying at 37, and by the time we reach 60 East 70, so that's towards the latter bit of the flight, we then increase cruise or climb, increase cruise to flight level 390, 39,000, so we've got a little bit of time at this. So on the LNAV again, we should, we'll balance itself out, but then we'll get itself back on course as well. Yeah, the Korean Air livery, it looks great. It does look really good, this. And so this is from the liveries mega pack. And, yeah, it does its job very well. I'm just looking at the mountains down below. I mean, we could look at that side. The problem is, it's just mirrors text. So the way the livery in the 747 works is, what you see on the left-hand side, exactly the same text used on the right-hand side, and therefore, because it's facing one direction, it mirrors it for the other side, so you can't flip the text or anything like that. And so we do lose that, but hey, as long as you look at the left-hand side of the aeroplane for the entire flight, you'll be alright. Ragnarok on the right hand side, very nice. Yeah, so it's 7.5 hour flights, give or take a few. I try and gain a few minutes with fast cruise speed, but we'll see how things go as we continue these flights. It's like a little bit of turbulence there. Passengers still snaking around the cabin. Upper deck getting a little quieter. In fact, it's actually a toilet free right now, so obviously less and less passengers moving about. Probably very few actually return to their seats now. They've done their jobs, yeah. Now returning back to their seats. Returning back to normal. Why is Steam still active? Go away, Steam. I've never been to Anchorage. I've never been to America, so one day. Don't turn off AP bleed for left engine. Why not? I mean, the AP bleeds are off right now, so why not? Yeah, the A320X is a fantastic project. It adds so much to flight sim. It's nice to get a proper working aeroplane, that's for sure as well. Let's see if we can balance out this aeroplane. So right now I'm making small adjustments on the yoke, just to kind of keep the aircraft on the centre of that magenta line. And try and stop the aircraft from bobbing around so much like it currently does. If we can get it right on that line. The problem with the 747 is that it's trying to be too accurate. It's trying to be too accurate on the heading there. And therefore, its adjustments are a bit too sharp. It just goes a bit too far left, a bit too far right. So, minor adjustments on the yoke can help it balance itself out. So, I've actually had no issues with the altitude right now. We're at 37,000 and stable. So, for the first time, I'm not having to use the trim to keep the airplane afloat. But for some reason, left and right heading's a little bit off today. At least more than it usually is. Ooh, okay, let's actually try plan B. So, the aircraft level off. And the next waypoint is that, isn't it? So, can I do a direct 2? No, I can't. Okay, that plan I can scrap then. So I was going to do a direct 2. It'll reset the waypoints to my exact current position rather than the previous waypoint location. So that would have given me another solution, but if you can't do it in the 747, you can't do it in the 747. Sound like a salesperson. I do market. Oh, actually, yeah, I do marketing. I have got a what's it called? What type of qualification is it? I've got something in marketing, level 3, so I can sell your products. I wouldn't say it requires that much RAM. Not at all. To be fair, if you can run Microsoft Flight Sim, you can run either without any problems. Yes, I'm a Chelsea fan. My favourite stream so far? Heathrow to New York was a lot of fun. What else have I rather enjoyed? Yeah, Heathrow to New York, that was a very good one. I very much enjoyed Seoul to Tokyo, that was an alright one. I was a bit disappointed with the super blurry scenery on landing, but that was a good flight as a whole. Both from 747 streams, you can tell. The second attempt of London to Dubai, that was a really good one. Any stand out every 20 flights that I'd be like, yep, I'll do that again. Ooh, what was that flight that did in the 320 that had full coverage in ATC from start to finish? That was the... was it Lufthansa or EasyJet? From Frankfurt to Lyon? Something like that. Actually, another one as well. The weather on my Mallorca to... Sorry, it was Mallorca to Lyon, and it was Frankfurt to Nice. I can't remember the routings, but I remember the one that I did for Mallorca as well. The weather on that one was spectacular. The massive wall of clouds. No two flights are the same in the sim. And that's for one of two reasons. Either the flight genuinely is different and spectacular, or the sim has gone and failed on you pretty badly. Palma, we didn't get ATC for the landing. There was one I did out of Frankfurt, which did have full ATC from start to finish. We're at 70. So I'm hoping with a relatively speedy cruise on Mach 0.85, that will increase it to... We can do Mach 188, so if we do with that, so it's a speedy cruise, gets us our destination a little bit quicker. As it stands, it'll be 3:30 in the UK when I land, 3:30 in the morning. Windows crash with that Nova aeroplane. That is... I'm not sure. I'm sure I saw another aircraft outside there. Perhaps not. So we're currently at cruise. Currently Mach 188. So far so good. Nice one, Amiragla. Amiragla, am I saying that right? Amiragla. Well, thank you for tuning in. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Are you on VATSIM? No, we're on IVAO. IVAO. Thank you for the £5, Matthias. Much appreciated. Have a nice flight. I'm sure we shall do today. Thank you very much for that. Always appreciated. Oh look, an aeroplane outside our window. Oh yes, the recent stream from High Wycombe to Isle of Wight. It wasn't that I ran out of fuel, it was more my fuel tanks were set incorrectly. So I set fuel from the left-hand tank. My right-hand tank was empty. Well, my right tank was completely full because I hadn't used any fuel there. So that was a pilot error and not an issue with the aircraft. He learns English because Norwegian community is quite small. Nice one, my man. I've got a friend who's in Finland. She learns English at 7 to play Pokemon games because they're all in English. No, it's Crizzy. We've already taken care of him. Yes, I do live in the UK. We land at 3:36, about 4 in the morning UK time. I'll have a quick nap and then wake up for tomorrow. Welcome, Sayu, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. So let's have a look at our flight plan. So we started out of South Korea. We actually did cut a little bit of North Korea there. I'm not sure if the flight plan should have done that, but we did enter North Korean airspace. Well, actually no, this is the demilitarization zone. So actually we didn't enter at North Korean airspace. We were in demilitarization zone. And then fly on this current track. We cut to the tip of China. We then head through the very northern portions of Japan / Russia before crossing another bit of ocean, entering Siberia. Ooh, that's what's happened there. So then we enter the time thing, so it just jumps to the other side, the international date line. Then finish off with Russia, enter the United States, and then come into land at Anchorage. I'm hoping then, once we do cross the international date line, it doesn't fly across the entire world, but it will just continue on as normal. It should be alright. I don't see a reason why it will do that. Yes, Korean Airlines do operate passenger flights to Seoul. Korean Airlines 261, KAL 261. If you search it in Google, then you'll be able to find that. Sounds about right for a Spaniard. I'll check some things. My flight plan properly executed? No, it's not. There we go. Yeah, there's a yellow line there, not a magenta line. Should be magenta for an executed flight plan. That might be when I was trying to reset or trying to change all the waypoints, but we seem to be alright now. The aircraft is stable. We're not banking crazily, and we're not doing anything horribly wrong, so I can touch wood. Be quite happy. The passengers have finished their revolts. Everyone's seated again, apart from the odd passenger going to the toilet here and there. The cabin crew is still serving their snacks and drinks. That'll take them a few more minutes. Oh, okay, sorry. The upper deck right now, the first class, is still full of people just standing here waiting for that one person in the toilets. Jared Reed, you've been in there for a little while. I hope you're alright. All these empty toilets down here, and yeah, well, I guess upper deck first class, everyone's going to spend as much time as they can up here. As long as they all seat for landing, that's the main important thing. So Korean Airlines served that link because Anchorage is an easy stopover for flights to Korea, and therefore they can do a stopover, refuel the aircraft, and then continue back into America. Because they fly to Alaska, they fly to America, and therefore it saves them having to go through Canada. I mean, they can do direct flights if they need to, but also cargo as well. Cargo flights are another reason they do it so often. He's dead. Well, we'll send a cabin crew to investigate later. Pax. The mod is Pax. So the thing at the top of the screen there, that is Fly Live Studio. So it's a tool that streamers use to, well, showcase information for people viewing. So this is the main program, and then going to overlay, you can build your own overlays and stuff that, like I said, appear on top of the screen. So it's a tool built for streamers, but if you use the main dashboard, it is possible for, I guess, anyone to really use it. Easy to use. You basically just plug in your departure and arrival airports. I don't even know what that button does. It's switches. We won't touch that then. So yeah, departure and arrival airport. It then calculates the rest for you. You got your meta information, so that's all there as well. It's just a nice little tool to use. Managed to keep it stable. Practice. Lots and lots of practice. It wasn't the 747, it was an A320 that he flew over by 80 foot. Actually, it might have been 767, but it wasn't 747. It wasn't that big. So basically, adjust the trim manually, adjust the heading ever so slightly, and eventually the aircraft will balance out. You have to work with the aeroplane to get it to do what you want it to do, but eventually it will do what you want it to do. Yeah, Jared has almost certainly passed away and rest in peace. Let's have a look at the passengers. We've got 364 on board. Is there anyone that we could possibly recognise name-wise? Anybody famous on board? Anybody you may recognise the name of? Do we have Noah Phillips on board? Or is he still sadly perished in the bottom of the Pacific? Ross. Ah, that's the name I recognise from somewhere. Yeah, we will avoid that one. Freddie Murphy. Fred Mendoza, that's well, the brother of one of the developers of this, isn't it? David Bowen. Not quite David Bowie, but we've got Bowen on board. Who needs some Amanda Tate? And we've got Oscar Tate on board. Morgan Freeman. Any air marshals? We won't know from here, I'm afraid. We won't know from here. Actually, I don't think there will be, because most countries don't have air marshals. Only in America they have air marshals on board. No other country uses that process. John Bush, is he not one of the Bush family members? Got a couple of close names, but no coincidental. We've got a couple of close names, but nothing standouts. Otherwise, all peaceful on the lower deck. All passengers are seated. Still a queue on the upper deck, and poor Jared has yeah. Rest in peace, Jared. Thanks, let me just report that. So I'll report that as a cabin service freeze, and then I'll stick on the ticket that it's just the upper deck, passengers at the toilets. Jared from Subway. The Jared had diarrhea. Well, sure. Let's say we got until landing to try and revive the poor guy. Yes, Jan, how you doing? It's been a while since I heard from you. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. What have you been up to recently? This is that was the alpha version of PAX, so the slightly buggy, needs a bit of work version, but it is the alpha. And 747, they got the biggest cockpit of all the aircraft in the sim. Nice and spacious, plenty of room. Looks good. Yeah, I hope to fly 747 one day. I should have done it in May, but due to COVID and civil instability in the US, that trip got cancelled, so I had a ticket for 747. I had it, I should have been on the aeroplane, but then the trip got cancelled, and then British Airways retired to the 74, so close so far. I had it in my hand, and I lost it. Well, there are still a few airlines left dotted around that do operate the 74. It's, not many. How do you avoid anti-ice issues? So it's easy. You ask everyone in chat to spam anti-ice, so they can then turn on the anti-ice systems before you take off. Set the anti-icing, you'll be alright. Yes, I am using OBS to stream. Yep, 7 hours in real time. Not too much of a problem. ETA 4 in the morning. Well, the hope is we'll gain a few hours in the air. Trying to arrive a little bit sooner than the planned time. So ETA right now is 2:41, so 3:41 in the morning UK time. How many hours that's? So it's 20. So yeah, 6 hours currently away. 7. Yeah, we're about on time right now. So PAX is the passenger crew experience add-on. It adds passengers and cabin crew to your flights. Do you not sleep? Don't need it. Why sleep for 6 hours when you could do something proactive for 6 hours, like fly an aeroplane? So like I said, I'll probably take some breaks during this flight. I'll take a few minutes to kind of sit down, rest, recuperate. And so, I won't do this solidly, don't you worry. I'll take a few short breaks during this flight. But for now, we'll stick in the cockpit. We'll carry on flying as it is. Those of you use white noise for falling asleep. I mean, if you'll use it like that as you can do it if you want. I mean, do you want me to add some ASMR? I don't know what you guys are into. I've had no major issues with 747, Steve. It's working mighty fine for me right now. So, select some events. That is the PAX menu. And so, like I said, my head schedule, aircraft problem, delays, diversions, X-flight cabin, flight attendant requests, public addresses, and all that. So in fact, let's speak passage, shall we? So that's the cabin crew. Let me do it myself. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Updates from the flight deck. Currently at cruise, currently an hour or so into our flight. So still another 6 hours to go until we do reach Anchorage. Otherwise, it's clear skies throughout the entirety of our cruise, and we should be relatively calm throughout. Please be aware there's a blockage in the upstairs toilets, and there. Okay. So I can't warn the passengers of the passengers who's passed away in the upper deck toilets. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Updates from the flight deck. Currently at cruise, currently an hour or so into our flight. So still another 6 hours to go until we do reach Anchorage. Otherwise, it's clear skies throughout the entirety of our cruise, and we should be relatively calm throughout. Short from Frankfurt to Tegel. That is a very short flight in the 747. Yeah, Heathrow to Las Vegas, JFK to Heathrow is standard, but I'm quite surprised by the short hop there. I do plan to fly X-Plane again some point soon. I've got a few plans with that. Don't you worry, I've got a few plans for X-Plane we'll play with. Doing Manchester Santorini, about 30 minutes left. Do you enjoy yourself, Jan? Are you using Microsoft Flight Sim? What platform do you use, Jan? Last I checked, you're at Infinite Flight or X-Plane. Jared left the building. Let's see, is he still on the loo? Yes, he's still in there. Downstairs is fine. Downstairs is relatively easy. Got a few cabin crew walking around, a few passengers moving around. But upstairs it's just blocked. Ooh, hang on, there's a poor guy only 18 years old. Here you go, so he's an 18-year-old male on a business trip. He died happy at least. Not hungry, not thirsty, not tired. Yeah, not seated, so that means he's on the ground. Shame. Poor Thomas Hayes staying outside the toilets with no idea what's gone on in there. Although he's been standing there for about 30 minutes now, so I'm sure him and Lydia Butler, who else we got waiting? We got Regina, Jenny, Mary, Mitchell, Larry, Sophia, Brenda, Kayla, Andres, Joe, Neil, Ross, Ian, Amy and Dale, who've all been waiting up for about 30 minutes now. In that queue that will never move. When Air Berlin went bankrupt, the funds added capacity for Berlin route raising 747 that month. Interesting, okay. Very interesting. Pat, I'll send you a link to it on the chat if you guys are interested. There you go, so this is the passenger and crew experience add-on. That's what I use. TFTI design packs. Well, 1 to 10, I'd rate it a 7. It's got a few bugs, still got a few issues that need to be ironed out, but for the most part, it seems to be alright. I do use Microsoft Flight Sim, nice to know, man. Not during the flights, after. I will take a few breaks during the flights, but I don't plan to disappear just yet. Sorry, Mr. Akil Koya for being a new member. I missed that one in the chat. I do apologise. Cheers to that, Akil. If you're still there, thank you very much. Yes, passengers will sit down for landing. So, ooh, that's a good shout actually. They turn on the seatbelt sign. Does that move them about? Give it a few seconds for the cabin crew to update it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelt.
Right, let's see. Do they return back to their seats? No, they don't. So everyone seated right now will have their seatbelts on. Downstairs as well, everyone is now returning to their seats. But upstairs, there is no movement at all. Oh, Jared. Oh, Jared. Yes, Mike. Welcome to the chats. We are live. Download the A320X. It's better than the A320 and it has working systems. It fixes all the problems as well. We're flying the Salty Simulation 747, so only one bug I've noticed so far, which is to do with the flight map, but other than that, all works an absolute charm right now. Is that a centre button? Perhaps that could have fixed it, there's no need to reset it. Oh, well, we won't mess with it. We'll leave it as it is. Joystick, I use the Thrustmaster Hotas Warthog. the HOTAS Warthog joystick and throttle. I tend not to do random failures, as I do prefer doing complete flights. Especially because you guys have an expectation of me to fly from airport A to airport B, and so if I were to give up halfway through the flight because of something that happened, it just kind of breaks that expectation. So I know people specifically requested, hey, in this flight can you do an engine failure at a random time? I'd be like, okay, sure, I'll set random failures to a random time. But and so then I'll know that failure is coming, and therefore it kind of also spoils that. It's one of those things that there needs to be a whole planning period prior to it. Oh yes, and do be tuned in for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we have a group flight, so we'll fly in France. We're flying from Gap Tallards to Courchevel. It's a 30-minute flight in GA aircraft, so that should be nice and short for you guys, or a nice enough length. And should be quite an interesting one. See if we lose anybody en route between Tallard and Courchevel. Landing as well. I mean, if it's as big as it was last time, we had, what, 60, 70 odd people with us. It was a good one. I very much enjoyed that, and so fingers crossed. If we're going to plan, we'll do it again tomorrow. Am I comfortable doing landings? Yeah, I've got no issues with landings. Portland, Oregon's a really nice add-on. I'll check it out. Which developer? Is that Flightbeam Studios? Can you zoom in on the what, sorry? On the do you mean GPS? The navigation display. Yeah, so Flightbeam Studios to Denver. So same developers there. I'll check it out. Oh, ground speed. Sorry, yeah. 499 knots right now. 499 ground speed. Mach points 8 to 9. Airspeed 304 knots. Do I use Sim Toolkit Pro? No, I use SimBrief. Ooh, very nice. I'll check it out, Portland. I'll check it out for sure. How to get any ideas for new routes? Basically, whatever's requested the most, I'll do as a route. So in this case, a lot of people told me to fly 747, fly 747. One guy suggested I fly Iceland to Anchorage, which doesn't have a 747 route, so I looked for the next best thing. Seoul was the next best thing, and therefore picks the route Seoul to Anchorage. So it's kind of just a group of a bunch of different requests I put together to plan today's flights. PAX events. That could be like passengers arguing and fighting, passenger sickness, just random passenger events that can cause the aircraft to potentially divert if required. Medical emergencies, all that kind of stuff. Welcome Mitchell from Netherlands, how are you doing? Manchester to Billund, every 2 weeks prior to going to small jets. Oh, very nice. Eagle County in Colorado, another one. That's a good landing. Best looking airport you've landed on Microsoft Flight Sim. I mean, I've got the Premium Deluxe, so I've got a fair few other extra airports. I like Entebbe. Entebbe's quite nice. Heathrow looks rather alright. I've got a couple of pairs as well, so I've got the Wickham Air Park add-on, which is really good. I've got Denver. I've got Guys and Nations Vienna. I like Vienna a lot in the sim. Should have sold to, if I did sold to Seattle, San Fran, it's 10 hours, yes, but the entire flight's over water. It's boring. At least with this, we get a little bit of land to enjoy during the entire flights. Got a few water crossings, but not crazy amounts. Welcome, Charming. How you doing? Welcome, Joseph from New York. How are you doing? Got a long while to go left. I think he's in Malta. Potentially. Is that no, I know Lauda do Vienna to Helsinki. I'll look at what airlines do that route. Helsinki Vantaa is not the prettiest looking airport in the sim, so I am looking for Aerosoft mega airports potentially. See if they port Helsinki over at some point soon. Like I say, with a lot of these flights, a lot of these streams, it's just a case of waiting for certain things to become available, or for things to pretty up a bit. So if you download the alpha version of PAX, that includes the passenger maps. So if you go to the website and go to the alpha installer, you can then view all of this. So you've got your 4 passengers on board, you can click on them and see their profiles. You have your cabin crew walking around as well, they're the white dots. And yeah, it does its job, it looks good, feels good, I like it. Not major turbulence. Nothing major just yet. No worries, Phineas. I'm glad you've been able to learn from my videos. We could do yarn at some point, potentially. Can you do manual service packs? No. So, at the end of the day, as a pilot, I have 0 work to do in the cabin. That's all the flight attendant's job. I get no mention over meals, I get no mention over what cabin crew do. That's their job. So, they do their job, I do my job basically. Well, I can do some communication. For example, I can request the cabin crew to give me a drink. So I can go to flight attendant requests. So, there you go. I'll request them for a drink. She then responds, alright. And yeah, that's kind of basically it in terms of communication between me and the back. Cabin crew do the rest of the work. Yes, Iceland sacks all their flight attendants and then requests the pilots who are not doing anything to do that job. It was a interesting situation. Sleep, who needs it? There you go, so we've got a little bit of turbulence right now. That was a little bit of a jump there, but nothing too major just yet. LAX Washington Dulles. There's another good shout there. Ooh, hang on. I'm going to need to adjust the trim now because it started doing the bouncing thing. We're doing so well, and the turbulence goes and mucks up my trim. I think that's back to normal now. That will do. My in-game name, well, my call sign right now is Korean Airlines 261, so my call sign is up there. My in-game name Microsoft Flight Sim is Drawyah, Drawyah YT. And so you'll find me right now somewhere over... I think we're in China now, aren't we? Yeah, so we're currently in... Actually, we're in Russia now, actually. This is Russia. China-Russia area. Any turbulence, we're doing alright. Nope, not a pilot in real life. No, I am not. Ouch, unlucky, Jan. Good luck with that, Jacob, given that you can't do a solo until 17. Nor can you start flight training at 14, so... Sorry, until 16, so... If you make it at 14, fair play to you. 747 works fine, no problems so far. So my system is 16 gigabytes of RAM with a GTX 6060 graphics card on 97-6700 processor. You can fly a glider at 14, but you can't solo until 16 in a glider. Basically, what I think the problem is that the pathfinding is messed up. Jared needs to find a spot to leave the toilets, but because Thomas and Lydia are both into these two positions, the pathway is blocked, so he can't leave, and these two can't enter, because this is just an empty block. They can't go there, as that's like an exit door or something like that, so they can't pass it without leaving the aeroplane. So these two are blocking him, and he's blocking these two. As a result, passengers can't move or go anywhere. And that's what my guess is with the upper deck. Thank you, Kevin. Glad you found the tutorials helpful. Okay. An update from the PMDG camp here. The 737 has just been pushed back to Q4 of 2021. So we won't see it until at least next October, by the looks of things. Oh, and that's good. Q4 20, so that's early. That's better, sorry, I lie. It used to be Q1 21. Okay, so we actually may get it before the start of next year. That's very good. No, ignore me. It's 2020, not 2021. We'll see it before the end of the new year. Not next year. That's very good. Hang on. Let me restate them in full. So, PNG 737 NG3 for Microsoft Flight Sim. With this update, I'm changing outward and guidance availability. You recall that I've been fairly upbeat about our expectation. You might see rapid acceleration of NG3 development process being Q4 20, and we even gambled that it might see a release to the product late 2020. Okay, so no, here we go. Release timeline for the NG3 is around in about Q3 21. A downside risk we might slide into Q4 21. So yeah, about a year to a year and a half from now, it has been delayed. Okay, I mean, it's a shame, but it's like a fair enough shame. It's a massive development project they've got themselves into, and so for the scale that PMD is developing, it's pardon me. Yeah, I don't blame them for delaying it. As long as they can get the aircraft right, that's the main important thing. And so yeah, of course it's sad to see it delayed, but if it helps get a better release, then fair enough. I mean, let's say, if you need to get a better... If it takes long to get a better aeroplane, it takes long to get a better aeroplane. That's not gonna... We're not gonna argue that. Facts. So, yeah. We didn't pass through North Korea, no. No, we did not. We went over the demilitarization zone, but we never went into North Korean airspace. The passenger mod is PAX. It costs $30, so no, not free. Welcome Henry, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Yes, this is the Premium Deluxe Edition Microsoft Flight Simulator. Not on VATSIM, we're on IVAO. IVAO. Yeah, so I'm still running the 1660, but I have got a 3080 on order. It will take like a month for it to get here, so it will take its time. But eventually it will arrive, eventually we'll be able to enjoy it to its 4K capacity. Just gotta be a bit patient, got to give it a little bit of time. Oh, trust me, a lot has changed since the alpha and beta days. Especially the early days where things were just not anywhere near as polished as they are. I mean, it seems to have got a lot of development time to go. It's not perfect yet, but trust me, where it was 6 months ago to where it is now, so much nicer, so much better. If you go back to the very early releases, there was a time where you basically couldn't even save your key configs. You can edit them, but you can't save them. So, yeah. Always an updating cycle, but it's definitely better than it used to be, that's for sure. Yes, packaging more people's names around the world, so, if you go to the TFDI design forums, you can always request new options, ideas in there as well. And, well, it's worth, for sure, looking at, or worth requesting extra stuff to add in the future. Welcome Jamie, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. ETA 6 hours, well 5.5 6 hours. But nothing too bad just yet. Cheers Jamie, glad you enjoyed watching. No cat for this flight's currently asleep. Currently doing its own thing. Minor turbulence, but nothing too bad just yet. Aircraft's doing its job fine. A little bit cloudy below, but for us at 3.7 will be more than smooth, more than stable up here. It really is a slow flight progress this. Hopefully, well, I hope you don't see any delays, but it will be a late one, that's for sure. Very nice smilers, glad you enjoyed the Australia flights. Welcome Trevor, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. We're using the Salty Simulation 747, which adds a few minor things to it, but nothing crazy. Balancing out the trim, keep the aircraft flying stable. Moving like who killed Jared? A game of who done it? A game of who done it? A game of Cluedo. Who killed Jared in the toilets? Still in there, and he will be in there for the next 6 hours. Yes, the 747 is known as the Jumbo Jets. I'm not doing too bad. Benny, how are you doing? The 747 is the Jumbo Jets, the A380 is the Super Jumbo. They do have slightly different nicknames. No worries, Maximilian. Don't worry if you're late. Got plenty of cruise to go. Yeah, poor Jared. There's no TriStar underway, but we will soon have an MD-11, McDonnell Douglas MD-11. TFDI Design says, actually the same developer who made PAX, they're also doing an MD-11 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, so certainly going to be an exciting one to see that when it's out. Yeah, same developer of PAX, they're also doing an MD-11, so I'm definitely keeping an eye out for that one. Hopefully, when it does release, it should be a rather good one as well. Welcome Nimish, how you doing? Welcome to chat, how you doing again? Long time no see. Very nice yarn, even with a missing engine. No Xbox release dates yet. Xbox is coming, but no dates yet for when it comes out. No plans yet for Islamabad, but potentially at some point we will do. Welcome Cheffy, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. Going to Anchorage today, flying to Anchorage. I'll take a few breaks during the flights, but no plans to sleep during this one yet. I mean, we land at 3:30, 4 in the morning, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I get about 4.5 hours of flight, 4.5 hours of sleep tonight. But as long as I'm well rested for tomorrow, I should be alright. I don't know, I might take a nap, I might not. We've got plenty of cruise left to go, so if I were to take like an hour nap at the midpoint of this flight, it wouldn't cause me too problems for me. Ouch, 731. Yes, all live right now. So the flight info is, so the up flight monitor, that is FlyLife Studio. The bottom monitor, that is TFDI Design Packs. So two separate add-ons for the two toolbars. Both do two separate things. Please do not crowd upstairs, we've got no space up here right now. I mean, even the poor cabin crew can't service upstairs because the one person there, that's the cabin crew member on the staircase. They can't get around the passengers, so even the cabin crew can't serve first class right now. Poor passengers here, not going to get any food, not going to get any service, because even the cabin crew can no longer get to the first level, second level. Poor people. Poor Jared. Cargo route and passenger routes, they have a mixed crew in there. Used to be served as, well, it used to be served with combi aircrafts, and nowadays it differs between Korean Air Cargo and Korean Airlines. I'm from the UK. Yes, so there was a time before the sim release I had to do premieres on YouTube because, well, we weren't allowed to show live footage, and therefore we had to pre-record everything. In fact, I mean, that's the thing, you had to pre-record your footage, but out of all the YouTubers who had access, I seem to be the only one that actually did premieres, which is like a live stream, but it's not, it's all pre-recorded. I'm not sure if they maybe had different contracts to what I did, because my contracts came... Well, I didn't really sign the contracts, that's the thing. The early edition I got from Microsoft themselves, while everyone else got theirs from Asobo. So perhaps what they had was slightly different to what I had, but ultimately I did check with Microsoft, I didn't break any rules with that. And so, yeah, it was a nice way of doing things, and you are right, it grew the channel immensely. I would not be here where I am today if it weren't for the massive support that Microsoft have shown me on this channel. Microsoft and Flightsim.com as well. Flightsim.com, who I write for, do articles for. A massive, massive help for me going in terms of growth, and so yeah, I just can't thank them enough. I have not flown Korean Air, although I certainly want to at some point. Welcome Henning from Germany, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. I'd like to become a pilot, Lion. Perhaps not commercial, I don't have the £100,000 to spend on that, but a hobby license for sure. So a PPL or an NPPL. Oh yes, doing all 6 hours. We're already about 2 hours into this flight. So 2 hours down, 6 more to go. Well, five-ish hours to go. 5.5 hours to go. I'll take a few breaks here and there, like because I'm just browsing the internet, watching YouTube, that kind of stuff. So I'm chatting to you guys, I'm doing my own thing as well. But, no, I wouldn't get bored. I've got plenty of stuff to do. And like I said, I'm talking to you guys as well, so... I mean, that's what you guys are here for in chat. Your job is to keep me entertained for however many hours. Trust me, Jared is long gone in the toilets right now. He's been in there for about 90 minutes now. 90 minutes he's been sitting there. Hasn't moved the muscle. The cabin crew, whose job is to retrieve them, they're currently blocked on the stairwell. They can't physically get to the toilets to check it out, so they're stuck. First class upper deck is completely stuck. Departures from Seoul Incheon. When plugging into the MCD or FMC, make sure you put a slash. Well, it depends on the aircraft. So in the 747, you put the origin in one, the destination the other. In the Airbus, you put 1/ the other. So make sure you're doing it in the correct formats for different aircraft. Otherwise, well, if you're using mods, reinstall that, I guess. But actually, also make sure you're using correct codes as well. But I've not had any issues with the departure arrival airports. The 747 by cutting off the top deck. I mean, I guess that kind of has the same amount of passenger numbers with 4 engines, so A340, I guess, in terms of fuel burn. But yeah, cut off the top deck. We've now lost all of that. Internet speed, I'm getting 200 megabits per second download. 200 Mbps download. Welcome to Deep Gaming, how you doing? May I have your name tag? I mean, my name tag is just Drawyah YT. We search right now around Russia. Yeah, search right now China, Russia. We have spot my aircraft. It's just Drawyah YT. They've not changed anything. I mean, if you go back to the start of the stream and I'm plugging in the airport codes, I did nothing different. Not too bad, Deep. Not too bad at all. Yeah, in the game it's Drawyah. Drawyah YT. Curved or flat, really up to you. What do you prefer? And then use that. So I'm using a curved monitor right now, just because with that you get a bit more, you see a bit more with a less vision range. But whatever works best for you, basically use. I'd say I'm more of a Boeing person. Yeah, I do like my Boeings compared to Airbus, but I'll fly either, whatever the sim has available basically. But definitely Boeing over Airbus. Yes, you can turn on the weather function. On the A320, there's a weather panel about here to your right hand side. And you can turn it on just by switching the system to 1 or 2. I'll be doing a group flight tomorrow, so stay tuned on my Discord server where I'll put some more information about that. But tomorrow we shall be doing a group flight. Yeah, we've been flying level for a fair while, Ben. We've been flying level for a fair while. No issues for us to worry about at all today. Do you think Microsoft will let that new China? I mean, third-party add-ons, whatever they build, you can almost certainly see in the sim. So, if you'll make a C919, you can make a C919, no problem. I don't think there'll be any issue with Microsoft blocking that. Flight time was 6.5 hours. So it was 6.5 or 7.5? I'm sure it was actually 7.5 hours, so let me check. Seven and a half hours, so hang on. Something doesn't look right to me. So we've got 5:42 left on the clock. 7:30, so 6. Okay, yeah, so we've been airborne for just under 2 hours now. It's starting making sense to me. No, well, VNAV does work, but not perfectly. So I can turn it on, I can leave it on the automatic systems, but it's not perfect. Descent it won't do, so you have to send manually. So for now, we'll stick it on the manual Mac. We'll put it at Mac 9.0. Probably put it at Mac 1 if we really wanted to. If the winds go our way, we could end up even flying supersonic Mach 1.0. Almost certainly not going to happen because the winds have to be exactly at a certain angle and speed for that to happen, but Mach 9.1, we're most of the way there to supersonic. Well, 91% of the way there. Just try and find that extra 8% to keep it going. Yes, yesterday there was a new flywire update, and so I'm going to get that downloaded tonight. 0.3, I believe it is. No idea, Fancy. No idea, I'm afraid. I've not had that issue myself, so I can't really help you with it. Yeah, a lot of people said there's a battery issue with the A32NX. I've not had that myself. Maybe if it's a bug with the latest version, then I'll hold off from downloading it. But I've not had any battery issues myself. At least not that I've noted. It is possible to fly supersonic, but like I said, the winds have to be at a certain speed and angle for it to work properly in the 747. It's not yet happened, but the closest was a Mach point 97 flight from New York to Heathrow in 747 British Airways. It holds the record subsonic time of transatlantic at like 4 hours and 40 minutes. And so that would have been into Mach point 97 cruise, just below supersonic. Just needed a slightly higher wind to potentially push it over. Favourite Star Trek and why? I mean, I've always been more of a Star Wars fan, but favourite Star Trek generation has been a few. I'm gonna have to go next generation, yeah. I mean, I was thinking, do I go original series or go next gen? But I think the original Pickard's next gen has to be it for me. Yeah, you can't go wrong with the next generation. I mean, the original series was also good. That's what, 1965, 1966. And you've got the Pickard one, so Star Trek Next Gen, that was 1980s? Late 80s, wasn't it? Late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, I think the two TV series is for me are the big ones. Favourite Star Wars movie? Probably A New Hope, yeah, you can't say anything other than A New Hope. There's no arguments in that one. Certainly not the new films. Good choice. Without Next Generation, it would not be the Leviathan is there. Absolutely. The original series is good, but Next Generation is what set Star Trek up as a major TV series. Sick Nickeronius, a new name there. How are you doing, man? Revenge of the Sith? Really? Well, that's all the prequels, it is the best one, but So I'm going to say to that one. If you said Attack of the Clones, then I would have had no respect for you, I'm afraid. Attack of the Clones, apart from... Okay, the last 20 minutes of Attack of the Clones was good. The first hour and 10 minutes was garbage. Absolute garbage. Yep, I can kind of guess that from the fact you've gone from Sick Nick to Sick Nickeroni. No, actually, I take that back. Rogue One is the best of Disney Star Wars. Rogue One was good. Everything else from Disney, not good. Phantom Menace. Jar Jar Binks. I'm going to say to that. Jar Jar Binks. We're doing alright for time right now. We've actually gained an hour so far. So we've gone from an almost 4 in the morning UK landing to about 3 in the morning UK landing. So, if all goes to plan, we'll actually gain a bit more time. Yeah. Not gonna lie, Empire Strikes Back I didn't enjoy as much as the other Star Wars films. I mean, A New Hope and Return of the Jedi, they're proper Star Wars films. You have a start, you have a middle, you have an end. Empire Strikes Back is just a middle film. It's got a start and a finish, but it is just a middle film. The story progresses, but nothing really... Okay, Luke Skywalker loses his hand, he realises Darth Vader's his father. The other one, the first film, you had Empire takes over the galaxy, you've got the Death Star, it blows up a planet, they join the team of rebels to fight back and they win. That's a full movie on its own. Return of the Jedi, they come together, the rebels, they realise a second Death Star has been built, they team up, band up, they destroy the Endor base, they destroy the Death Star seconds. It's got a proper start and ending, but Empire Strikes Back, it's a good film, don't get me wrong, it's a great Star Wars film, but it's just a middle film, at least in my opinion. Spoilers, if this is spoilers for you, I think you're a little bit far behind, I'm afraid. We flew from Seoul Incheon. Hey Google, how do you pronounce Seoul airports? Thanks Google, that was very helpful. You know the main one in Seoul, the international one. Incheon. Let's Google it. In fact, let's get the actual name out. Incheon, that's it, Incheon. If I saw it spelled out, it'd make sense for me.
Incheon.
There you go.
Incheon.
Incheon. Yes, Seoul, but I keep pronouncing it Seoul for whatever reason. But Seoul is how it's actually pronounced. I don't get why I keep calling it Seoul. I think it's just because it has the E in it and it's not a silent C or whatever. Star Wars trilogy, I'd say better than Lord of the Rings. And if anyone's going to say I don't know anything, can I just say that when I went to Finland in December, I spent one day of that trip from 6 in the morning until 11 PM at night watching the entire extended edition of Lord of the Rings from start to finish, pardon me, no breaks apart from between movies. From start to finish, all 3 films, director's cut extended edition, so that's 4 or 5 hours per movie, all in one go. So, I've seen Star Wars, I have seen Lord of the Rings, and yeah, for me Star Wars is the better trilogy. But the real one is that, which one's the better trilogy? Star Wars prequels or The Hobbits? Both equally as bad. And don't get me started on the Disney films. welcome cats in Australia, potentially from Australia. He's glad he watched Revenge of the Sith over Hobbit. Ooh, okay. Hobbit best in Star Wars 7 to 9. So, how are we ranking this? So, Star Wars original trilogy best, followed by Lord of the Rings, followed by Star Wars prequels, followed by The Hobbit, followed by Star Wars Disney. Interesting mix, guys. Very interesting. Getting quite interested in the flight now, so... I've got the map. Yeah, so we're now crossing over, following the curvature of this longitude right now. Currently on detour, heading to MGOT. We've still got the majority of the flight left to go. Still got, what, 3/4 left to go? It's only about a quarter of the way into this flight. We're doing a lot of the water crossings right now. Here's a fun one for you. I have never watched a Harry Potter film. I have never read the Harry Potter books. Another one. I've actually never watched the Back to the Future trilogy either. Don't know. Well, Harry Potter never really interested me as a book or a movie. Back to the Future, that one I genuinely have no idea why I haven't watched it. Terminator 2 or Aliens. 2 more movies I've never watched. There's a lot of old classics I've never actually gone and watched. For no particular reason at all. I've seen the original Terminator. Don't worry, I'm not that uncultured. But there are genuinely a lot of movies that I've not actually watched. John Wick. I've seen the first 2 John Wicks. I was planning to watch the third one on Friday, but never did in the end. Goonies. I've seen the Goonies. Everyone's seen the Goonies. Gosh, if you haven't seen Goonies, that's when you've got a problem. Matrix. Another film I genuinely haven't watched. And again, that's another one of those where I just never got time to get around to it. I suggest you could watch your 7-hour... You spend your 7-hour flights watching them. Maybe I could do it. Stick a 2-hour movie on, that kills 2 hours of the flights. On the 7-hour flight, I got maybe at least 3 of them to watch. Whoopsie. Okay. Yeah, just kind of balancing the aircraft's heading a little bit. active. Should keep us relatively central. What do passengers think? Well, 91% satisfaction, so they're alright. Downstairs looking nice and normal. Upstairs still completely blocked. So this is all normal at the moment. It's nothing really standouts. We should get a meal service at some point relatively soon. Should feed them a little bit, give them a bit more of a boost. Right, so we've got about 4 hours now to landing. 4 hours to go. Flying for 2 and a bit hours now. And so I think I'm going to take my first break now. I'm going to take a quick lie down, recuperate, fill up my water bottle again, just get myself all sorted out. So a quick break, and then I'll be right back into the cockpit to continue flying. But otherwise, so far so good. Our flight's been going well. Our 747 is doing its job. Oh, VNAV never worked in the first place, so nothing happened. Jared's green. He likes his privacy, but he's smoking. Covered up with smoke detectors. Spend your entire flight in the loo. It's one way to live it. Live like Jared. Oops. So we're about halfway through this little bit of Russia. We got this Russian island, a bit more Russia, across the international date line, and then we got Alaska. But yeah, we're a quarter of the way into the flight now. In fact, exactly, we are 32%. So we're actually going to a third of the way into now. A third of the way in. No worries, Brian. You take care. Have a good one. Network, IVAO. IVAO.
In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We'll
Okay,
be
got
serving
lots of flight service coming in, so you got
snacks.
snacks and drinks
Please
going
look
through the
at
cabin.
back for our list of
That's just a bit
complimentary
more
and
of a
premium drinks.
satisfaction
Premium
boost.
drinks are available for a small charge. Please note that we only accept credit cards.
Yeah, we'll go on heading select mode for a little bit, just keep the aircraft balanced out. It's not perfect, the LNAV. In fact, it is perfect. It's too perfect. It's exact. So the aircraft makes too many small adjustments because it's trying to get its best onto the centre line, but ultimately it does too much and overcompensates. So small adjustments, try and keep it as stable as possible. It would have been easier to sort out if we had the direct to option, but the next waypoint 9. End goal, flying 2 towards now. So I could do like that, but it wouldn't do anything, so it is what it is. I'm not going to argue with the FMS. Alright, we can take a short break. We're back in a bit. I'm not quite sure what's happening in the Twitch chat there, but Twitch chat seems to be a little unhappy right now. What's up? Like I said, I'm taking a quick break right now because I've been streaming, well, I've been talking non-stop for about 3 hours now, so just a quick break before I get back on chat again. But yeah, I am reading, don't you worry, I'm still here. Right, let's have a look at how everything's going at the moment. So the aircraft is still banking a little bit. I'm going to have to kind of adjust, I need to adjust that. ETA has gone back before 2 AM. That's less than 2 AM. Well, 3 AM now, 1:59. So if I do sleep before 3 AM, that would be very good for me. Next waypoint. Oh gosh, hang on. Yeah, hang on. I'll check this out in a second. I'll also get the next waypoint. Microsoft Flight Sim. You are painful sometimes.
We are sorry for the inconvenience, but in-flight service has been suspended due to rough weather. We will resume service as soon as it is safe to do so.
Alright, give me a minute. We're gonna have to do this out, aren't we? Okay. I'm also looking at that waypoint, so it's like it may send us... We'll hit the international date line, and then we shoot across the entire world to get to the side, because for some reason... Where are we? When we cross the international date line, it doesn't see it as a straight line, but you have to go across the round world, because it doesn't see both parts of the world as one. Okay, we'll adjust this. It's just autopilot being autopilot, you know what this is like. Alright, set U, set RNAV, set VNAV. And just trim to get the aircraft to bounce out. Get the aircraft to do it on its own. And then we'll work it out. Yeah, okay, so it looks like it's... Well, it's just itself out in terms of altitude now. That's fine. Yeah, passengers definitely awake, apart from poor Jared, who's still on the loo. Alright, altitude is fine, heading still off. Speed will increase. No, we'll hold it on VNAV for a little bit. We'll increase speed afterwards. Passengers is PAX. TFDR design PAX. Welcome from Barbados, Albert. How are you doing? I personally prefer PAX over self-loading cargo. PAX is a much more refined add-on. There's a lot more features it has over SLC, which I do quite like. So, for example, the online sharing of reports, the fact that you can use your own voice to speak to passengers and cabin crew. And with self-loading cargo, it pretty much limits you to just one generic flight set. With PAX, it's a lot more customizable in terms of using sighted demos, in terms of using boarding music, all that kind of stuff. I do prefer PAX over the SLC. And also the whole user interface and user experience, I'd say PAX is king on as well. Right, so that aircraft's stable now at least. We'll go back to speed select. There we go. Okay, we've lost the 0.0. It could be worse. Could be worse. Oh, there you go. 900. Perfect. $30, which is about €28 or £20. something else. Let's fly away a little bit. 060. Increase banking to 10 degrees. I mean, hard time flight 747. It's an experiment to see what can you do, what can't you do. And so let's see. Cheers for the heads up, Christian. Hope the weather cools down a little bit during our descent. Although we always have terrain radar to help us when we need to. The expected runway actually is going to be 33, so when we land, we do expect a northerly approach into the airports. We'll see how that changes perhaps when you're there. So yeah, the 7% on the south side of those on the upper deck, where the cabin crew can't get to them because passengers are blocking the queue to the toilets and also to the staircase. Yes, this is PAX 1010 Alpha 9. Transition altitude, it says on the charts as to what altitude to transition at. Which add-on? PAX talking about? If it's PAX talking about, it released a year and a half ago, something like that. No's runway. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. How are you doing? It's mainly built for airliners, but you can edit aircraft configs to suit smaller aircraft. It's not a difficult process. Maybe Jared's a stupid who's trying to do a 7-hour stream for the toilet. Maybe that's the best. Poor Jared. May the toilet serve him well. Trying to keep this aircraft stable. It's banking to left and right still. And eventually it kind of just loses control. There we go. Autopilot disconnected again. I do hope we'll see an MCD upgrade at some point. Sorry, not an MCD, an autopilot heading updates, because As much as I enjoy flying 747, it's just too temperamental. Too many issues with the heading for me. Yes, it's a bug. Keep banking to the left like that, I'll never know. Go on then, plan B, we'll use heading selects. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Just fighting the aircraft to, well, fly in a straight line, basically. No ATC chat up, we are currently on Unicom. No active stations right now, and therefore nobody for us to talk to. Thank you, Amuka, for the $3 Australian. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Dreamliner is a lot more stable on the autopilot. Dreamliner has a few other problems of its own. Titans aircraft, there are 6 on the lower deck and 3 on the upper deck. 9 in total. So my biggest question now is, once we hit the international date line, what happens? Yeah, Russell, Mukla. What airports are nearby? Papa Alpha Charlie Mike. Let me note that down, because if I do have an issue, my plan B will be go that, followed by Elbeth, and then SQA. So I'm currently playing my plan B in the off chance that, for some reason, the date line does cause a problem and it wants to send the aircraft on a course around the entire length of the world. Because basically I say, that's the date line, and so does the sim see the map as one continuous map, or does it see the map split in two and therefore a massive straight line across the entire planet, which is just, well, crazy. So we cut through Greenland, we'll cut through Finland, Sweden, Norway, cut through all of Russia like that. Yeah, shouldn't be doing that, so we'll see what the sim does when we hit that point, if it acts normally or if it does send me the wrong way. worries, Bogey. Always happy to help. I just wish the sim wasn't so painfully off with the autopilot. Straight line, that's all I ask from it, straight line. How much flight time left? Just over 3 hours to go, just over 3 hours to go. PAX. The passenger stuff is PAX. Eventually, the autopilot will be fixed. Just a case of when. at this point. We're about 2.5 hours away to top of descent now. So we've got a fair while to go. We're about midway now. 46% of the way there. So just on the halfway. So far so good. Keep on monitoring the flight, keep on the chat and all that. All looks good, aircraft's doing its job. It's just cloudy at the moment, so not really much to look at outside really. Just cloudy. And yeah, just make sure everything is all at decent rates. And the ETA is going to stay below 2 AM Zulu, so we've made over an hour of time at the moment, which is very good for me personally, because I get to sleep an hour early basically. But so far, so good. I'm not doing an all-nighter, I won't. I'll be sleeping as soon as we land. And taking regular breaks throughout. So top of descent in about 2.5 hours. In about 1 hour, we're going to hit the awkward international dateline thing, so I'm going to have a quick shower, quick refresher. We are over halfway there now, so still making good progress this flight so far. And, well, hopefully I'll get a little bit earlier. So, as we fly more direct heading, ETA does change a bit. It jumps around within the half-hour mark of the 2 AM Zulu, so 3 AM in the UK. We're just a case of, well, getting the right timing in and hoping for the best, but we should be alright. We're not overspeeding, we'll be alright. We'll be alright. It's a good flight so far. The aeroplane's doing what it should be doing. A little bit bobby at times, but not bad by any means. Got plenty of fuel. The aircraft's doing itself fine. Yeah, plenty of fuel. The passenger cabin while we're at it, see if anything's updates from that. So downstairs, passengers slowly, I guess, well, they're being served right now, so that'll increase satisfaction soon. Upstairs is still gridlocked. Oh, Jared. One day. But yeah, for the most part, it seems alright. Passengers aren't too particularly fussed at the moment. We go to flight level 390 at 60 east 70, so we've got another 300 miles to go until we reach 390 cruise altitude, which is about, well, there. PAX does also updates, yes it does. Alright, gonna pop in the shower, have a quick refresher, and then jump back in, hopefully for the latter stages of flights. Right, let's see how we're doing. Still so far so good. Slow cruise, speed's stable, aircraft stable. Still looking at a 3:30 in the morning UK landing, so up to 1 now. It's about 2.5 hours to go. About 2.5 hours to go. Hoping the international dateline doesn't cause us too many problems. But ultimately, not a weird thing. Yeah, so that there is an issue with the international dateline. So that there, you can see where we split between the edge of the map. And so while we are going towards the Russell waypoint, it doesn't quite know what to do when it splits the map into two. So the route point's correct. It's going to Russell, but the sim looks like it wants to go a long way around. So we fly to 60 East 70, and then we cut across the entire length of the world. Cut across Russia, cut across Finland, Norway, Sweden, Greenland, all of Canada, we directly fly over Anchorage before eventually making our way to the Russell waypoint, before then flying back onto the route. So like I say, the big thing for me is just a case of how does it cater for that? Does it make us do a left-hand turn and 180, or do we actually fly it? So worst case scenario, I will just adjust the FMS, kind of give me the correct routing waypoints and all that. But yeah, it's interesting. Yes, if you're right, it should ignore it. That's what I'm expecting. It will ignore it, because at the end of the day, it's going to set coordinates and takes the quickest routes to get there, and therefore the quickest route will be with the direct. 3080 still in order, still about a month away, so as soon as it gets here, I'll let you know. Yes, the PNDG 737 is no longer a Q1 21, but a Q3 or 4 21 release. They've delayed it, but at the end of the day, if you want a good product, perhaps well, development cycles take time, and so delays are always inevitable. Passengers alright? Okay, 88% satisfaction. Looks like the cabin crew are the cabin crew is stuck at 75% serving, because, well, they can't serve the upper deck for reasons we're all terribly aware of. You are allowed to fly over Antarctica. There is no issue with Antarctica at all. A lot of people say that since the Cold War they've banned flights over the North Pole and Antarctica, but in reality it's, well, they did at one point, but that's long been removed. Yes, the pop-up was PAX, TFDI design PAX. The A320X is available from Fly-by-Wire. If you do a Google search, it's one of the first results you get is their website. Then you also download the Master Edition off of GitHub. I've heard of the Rex Weather Force add-on. Not sure if I really need it. I mean, I'm quite alright with the default live weather. It's one of those add-ons where they'd say you need it, but do you really need it, kind of thing. Welcome Airsoft One, how you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chats. I'll do a few things. Browse my phone, talk to you guys. I mean, what else is there really to do? Maybe I'll stick a movie on at some point, but for the most part, these 7-hour flights, I just chill out basically. I do my own things, kill off what I need to do. I do like the Korean Airlines livery. It's got a charm to it. I mean, there's something about the KLM and especially the Korean 747s that, well, the baby blue colour, it is iconic. It's not Euro white, it's not a generic aircraft livery. It's just, yeah, blue. Nope, same microphone. How different do I sound? Jared's still in the loop. Jared is still trapped in there. Although he's slowly getting less and less comfortable. He's hungry, he's very thirsty. Not very tired, he's content. He's alright with himself. He's hungry, he's thirsty, but he'll live. Thomas is alright, has been better. So is Lydia. I mean, there's no passengers particularly bad right now. No one's in the red. Alright, alright. Content, alright. Yeah, you get a bit of a mix. Oh, here we go. Theodore Bell, upset. Very hungry, very thirsty. They're tired. Oh, poor Theodore. Oh yeah, the KLM blue and orange is another livery that looks rather cool. I quite like the, who was it? It was the Alaskan Airlines when they merged with one of the Virgin divisions and created the pink and purple plane. That was quite a nice one. The Alaskan Airlines merger, that was a very nice one. The problem with that is because upstairs is blocks and the cabin crew member who's trying to serve upstairs is stuck on the staircase, snacks and drinks serving is stuck at 75% because they physically cannot get upstairs. So, cabin crew can't go upstairs, they can't serve the passengers, and therefore they can't finish off their service, and therefore can't cater for anybody else. It's a never-ending cycle. The back of our plane. Never-ending cycle of disasters. Why don't you fly the Pacific? ETOPS, basically. And also, this is the quicker route. Don't forget that the world isn't... You look at a map, latitude, longitude, it's not a straight line path, but it's a curve. And so you need to take that into account. So a straight line path on a map will take us over the Pacific, but in reality that adds about 25% extra to our flights. So we need to fly around the curvature of the Earth, which is via Russia and, well, northern Alaska. Stop plane turning aggressively, you can limit the banking. So right now I've limited it to 5 degrees, but to change it you just twist this little dial. That's the bank limiter. we should be alright. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. And likewise, the flight plan, whatever's going on there, yeah, it's a known thing. Where the international date line just cuts the flight plan in two. Don't you worry, we're not in any immediate danger. Still doing alright for fuel. Yeah, we've still got plenty on board. Just aiming for a 3:30 landing, so about 2 hours is still touchdown. Yeah, just overall, it'll be a good flight. I'm not expecting anything wrong or out of the ordinary today. Too long to go now. Not too long. What is our percentage? Yeah, 68% into the flight. About 70%. Yeah, about 30% more to go. Almost at the international date line. So like I say, it's really a focus of seeing how the aircraft handles that. It can either work alright and do what it is on the map where it kind of just jumps to the next bit of the routing, or it could end up doing a flight across the entire world. We'll see. Weather's looking good at least. Weather looking mighty fine. So basically, where that U-turn is, that's the international date line. And so on a map where you look at it, you draw a line from one end to the other. For example, you go to Russia, you draw to America, the short way. Or actually, you say like you draw from Tokyo to Alaska and you go the short way around, which is via the Pacific. You hit the end of the map and start from the left again. So the sim doesn't quite know how to. In fact, let me just get a world map up. There we go. So you hit the limit, and so it shoots off to the far left of the map to continue the rest of the line, because that's kind of how the world map is oriented in Microsoft Flight Sim. So we start in South Korea, we take the routing up, we hit the marker at the very edge of the map right there, shoot across to the far west, and carry on the rest of the flight like that. So it's a case of seeing how the sim handles that towards the date line. Yes, live weather currently over Russia, Siberia. Right now in the UK, it is 1:45 in the morning, coming up to 2 AM. Right, here we go. So, I think it's alright, yeah, it's done it. So we'll carry on in a straight line, and it will now continue the rest of the routes. So, we've got a little while to go until we reach Alaska. Busor, Mukla, Elbeth, and it should be Quebec Sierra Alpha. Sorry, Sierra Quebec Alpha, yeah, perfect. So there's no crisis, no issue. We continue as is. It's not a perfect sim, but it does its job. How far are we from Anchorage? Let's have a look. It's not that far. We're about 700 miles from Anchorage. 700 miles to go. So we could make Mach 0.94 if we wanted to. See if that affects our ETA and speed in any way. Do I think I could pilot 747? No, absolutely not. Especially hand flying it. I mean, the 747's a big, heavy, old age jet. And so, yeah, I don't think I'd be able to hand fly this, certainly. I want some navigation, so like I say, international date line, as we hit the edge of the map, jumps over to the other side, so it doesn't quite work. If you go back literally 2 minutes on the stream, like So in detail there, what's happened there. We've actually hit the limit of our speed there. Yeah, I will not get us any more than Mach 0.9. IVAO. We're using IVAO. Not too long to go now. 75% into the flight. We've got one more quarter left to go. Ultimately, Semi, it really depends on what kind of platform you're looking for. I mean, I don't mind X-Plane. Well, I like X-Plane. The flight dynamics in that certainly the best out of any flight sim. With Microsoft Flight Simulator, it may not be the best functions-wise or dynamics-wise, but in terms of VFR flights and the prop aircraft, it's a world away from everything else. Full world of satellite imagery buildings, Azure AI just putting all that. It's great. It is great. Just like I say, it really comes down to what kind of simulator do you want, and what kind of things do you expect out of a flight sim. It's for some, it's not for others. Passenger check, sure thing. Overall satisfied. Snacks and drinks still being served. Most people on the lower deck are seated right now. One person in the toilet right now. But maybe one at the back as well. So otherwise, downstairs, no problems. Everything looks good. Upper deck, we've still got Jared in the bathroom. Still a queue waiting outside for him to get out. And yeah, first class service still very much non-existent. But downstairs is fine. 1 hour to go now, so start preparing the aircraft for, well, descent in about 30-ish minutes. Frame rate's looking a bit lost for work. If that improves, we'll have to get to these flights. I wonder what could be causing the slowdown. Nothing stand out. The frame rate's not too bad. I really think it's worth trying to take it up a little bit. Oh, with it. Okay, it's the weather radar. I was expecting that to be the culprit, but apparently it is. There we go. Back to normal. Let's work on our approach, shall we? So we are going to be landing on runway 33. On-nav approach, on-nav 33, no transition by the MS4 approach. Okay, it's not. We've lost our navigation. I think it's because we've gone again over the international date line, so kind of like resetting itself. I don't know. Feels like it may be following the routes, just not with the magenta line. We seem alright. We're still following the route, we just don't have the magenta line to guide us now. It's not dire. We can fly like that. It's not ideal, but not a problem. Oh yeah, it starts, I said it finished around 4 AM. That's known. Seoul to Anchorage. 7-hour flight. Less than an hour to go now, less than 1 hour till touchdown. We'll start our descent in about 20-ish minutes. At this stage, we're now going to start the top of the descent into Anchorage. Oh boy, what's going on there? What's going on there?
To assist with customs at our destination,
Fair
flight
enough.
attendants will begin
Right,
handing
well,
out
sent
forms
anyway, so
momentarily. Please review and complete these forms and keep them with you
down
for
to Mach
presentation upon arrival.
0.75. Altitude down to 2,500. Not quite sure what happened there. I didn't press anything as far as I'm aware. Descent rate at minus 2,000, or go 1,700 feet per minute. Also going to cheat slightly. We're back time by about 30 minutes, so make it 2000. It's a nice little sunset as we land over Anchorage. Live weather will be pitch black, so no. So far so good. Airport is about 105 miles away from us. It's an INAV approach for runway 33, so no need for ILS. Well, no set for ILS that one. Very proper sunset. To be fair, it may be worth me doing it all vector at this point because, well, you see the magenta line no longer appears for whatever reason, so probably manually vector it in, so 090, we'll select that. So we'll go manual heading for the majority of this approach. Quick check a Unicom. Yep, 12.8 says no active controller right now in Alaska. And therefore we'll keep on this for a little bit longer. Have a look at the METAR information while I'm here. So there's no winds right now, 0 knot winds. Scattered clouds at 6,500, broken at 11, broken at 17, so we've got a fair few high altitude clouds, but no winds for us to deal with today. Yes, Ted Stevens. So if I go to performance approach, it's 30 flaps. QNH landing 2948. Okay, don't say that. That's fine then. So I'll leave us at that. Anchorage is in Alaska. I keep 300 till 10,000, but as a rule of thumb, you drop 2,000 feet per minute at 250 knots, you lose 30,000 feet and 80 nautical miles. So, as I'm only sending it 1,700, keeping the speed at a relative amounts. Sending through 25,000. 72 miles to go. Still on the seatbelt sign.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelt.
A little bit of cloud turbulence, a little bit of wing flexing on there. Let's try the select switch. Let me switch to not yet. Should have to do that a little while ago. Yeah, I've been trying that. I'm not a fool, don't you worry. That's why I've been trying to select the select switch for about the last 5 minutes. Oh, it's broken. Okay, fair enough. Guess we're gonna guess it in Mac then. Yay. It's not been too bad flight so far. You had a few minor hiccups, but for a 747 flight in Microsoft Flight Sim, it's about as good as you're going to expect. That's why I stick the 320 so often, just because the 320 is probably by far the best jetliner in the sim compared to everything else. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the sort of the map here. Presumably this line here is the 3-3 path, and therefore we'll follow that, where it kind of loops around. There's this weird whatever. Yeah, I've given up on the flight plan at this point. We are just manually going to vector ourselves in. In real life time right now is 3:27 in the morning. Uh, 2948 altimeter right now. 2948 sets. I can turn off the weather radar, that's no problem. There is no routing, so you're not going to see much. Heading 090. It's not quite on the intercepts yet, but enough to give us a bit more time to descend if need be. Oh, easy. I mean, I can see where the airport is, so I can just use the ND to manually set the heading to get us to the airport. I can see everything. I've got all the information I need. Like I said, there's no ILS to this runway, it's an non-nav approach, so we will be manually landing it anyway. .065. Slow to be below 250 knots. Mach 0.41. Like I say, the map select that is annoying, admittedly. Yep, visual approach for this one. Below 7,000 reportedly clear skies, so that should be enough for us to land this. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing, 10 minutes. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing, 10 minutes. Right, we're going to shallow our descent rate slightly, since 747 does pick up a lot of speed when you descend at heavy rates. Nice for somewhere. That is Anchorage, but what runway? Because it's not set on the radios. Well, actually, yeah, that'd be Yarnav, so fair enough. We've got that at the very least if we require it. feet.
We have begun our final descent to Anchorage. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright.
A little bit of icing, but that'll melt relatively quickly with the anti-icing turned on.
Tasks and stow any larger electronics.
Flaps down 1. We can't adjust Mach below 0.4. That is another problem for me. So at this rate, we may have to shut off the auto throttle manually. Okay, go on then. Not what I was aiming for today, but if the sim's going to be like that. So we'll hold about 220 knots, make small throttle adjustments where required. I'm not sure about iFly. They've been quiet for a couple of years now, so don't hold your breath for them, I'm afraid. It'd be nice to see it, but that's the thing. They've been quiet for a fair few years now. VRF, so 30 flaps was 154. Go about 155-ish. Anchorage is going to be to our left now. Yeah, 5 quarters approach to 329. We've got the airport in sight, and then that runway there will be our runway for landing. A few aircraft in the air for me to keep an eye out for. Oh yeah, more than clear for a visual. I can do this no problem. Getting dark right now because of the cloud cover. There's a few aircraft around. Got a little bit of light where the clouds break, but ultimately it's a nice and dark approaching to Anchorage. Yeah, standing lights are all set. We'll set the reject takeoff brakes to auto brakes to 2. Gear down will come later. Pretty much all we've got to do is lower the gear and announce the cabin crew to seats for land. I'm good with anti-ice off, you sure about that? You sure? So those clouds above us, a little bit lower than 7 I'd say. Not sure, is it not rule in America to have the wing lights on or not? I've never been sure about wing lights in America, because I know at least in Europe you're meant to have the wing lights off during a flight. But I think maybe different in the US.
2500.
Gear down. That's down for landing. Autopilots. Deactivate. We'll hand fly the very final portion of this flight. Cabin crew, please be seated for landing.
Cabin crew, please be seated for landing.
Wing lights only used for icing. Okay, fair enough. So same in the US as in the UK, in Europe then. So there's a few different regulations in the US regarding lights. Wing lights was another 50-50 on whether that was different or not. Right. We are now lined at the runway. Gear down, gear green, brakes set. Landing lights active. Cabin secure. We have landing clearance. Pre-land checks complete. Too bad. 3 knot winds. They're calm on the ground according to the METAR, so that's no problem here. Runway is clear. Right, let's do this. About partially 1000.
1,000.
This is where things now reach their peak. Looking good.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Thrust sets. Oops, bit of a bounce there. We'll go over the second landing rate. 80 knots. 60 knots. We'll cut the reverses. And we'll exit the runway to the right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Anchorage. The local time is 8:04 p.m. and it's currently about 51 degrees Fahrenheit. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight.
Landing lights
If this is your final
off.
destination,
Turn
we
off
thank
lights
you for
off.
flying with us. If
Strobes
you're making a connection, we encourage you to
off.
check your itinerary to
APU
ensure a smooth continuation of your
start.
journey.
Right, let's taxi down to the terminal. Let's go park ourselves up. Now someone has to free Jared, of course. Is he still locked in his toilet? So I have to check the cabin map in a second. I mean, satisfaction 86%, so that's alright, I guess. While we're at it, might as well announce that we did land about 30 minutes early, which is always good. Where is it? Type. I've already grounded. Okay, if you've already landed, you can't say that. Right, have a look. So you've got the cabin crew, got one person walking around. What are you doing, Veronica? You should be seated right now. Upstairs, still got Jared and toilets, and the passengers standing outside queuing. Yeah, has its quirks, but you can't fault PAX. Oh yes, we've landed. Eh, 40 knots is fine. 40 knots. We've done worse. Alright, so we'll make a left down here now. And we'll make our way over to the main terminal. Not doing too bad, Chris. Not doing too bad at all. Fast taxi was asleep. I mean, like I say, it's only 3:45 in the morning. I've got to wake up at 9 tomorrow, or today. I'll get about 5 hours. I've had less. Next flights will be a group flight, so stick around on my Discord, where in the morning at some point I'll drop a message about what the routing will be. But, it'll be Gap Tallard to Courchevel. It'll be a group flight, so anyone's welcome to join and stick around. Yes, Jared is going to be a meme on this channel. It'll be bliss if, for whatever reason, he gets himself caught in ties in a feature flight again. But, oh yes, good old Jared. Right, we shall park. I presume this is international, so there we go. We've got these wide body jets here. Actually, no, they're too small for a 747. We'll continue around. Okay, that'll do me. That'll do me nicely. Position here. Parking brake sets. Engines off. APU generators available. Beacon lights off. Tax lights off. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Anchorage. Flight time today was around 6 hours and 20 minutes, and local time right now is 8 PM. We hope you enjoyed yourself with Korean Airlines today, and we hope to see you with us again in the very near future. Cabin crew, disarm doors and cross-check. And of course, the boarding music, which I am an absolute fan of with Korean Airlines.
Hours and 20 minutes.
Ground services.
Local time right now is
Ground.
8 PM.
Pull the
We hope you enjoyed
jet bridge
yourself
over.
with Korean Airlines today, and we hope to see you with us again in the very near future. Cabin crew, disarm doors and cross-check.
There we go. So jet bridge now going to fix the aeroplane, and passengers will now be able to expedite the boarding. All goes to plan. Oops, not yet. We'll do that, and there we go. Expedite the boarding. So passengers will now start leaving the aeroplane, if they're not trapped, of course. Yeah, they're going to wait for the toilets. Yeah, upstairs completely full. Nobody can move because they've blocked all the pathways. But downstairs, at least, passengers can deboard the aircraft and make their way off. And yes, because of you, Mr. Jared Reed, you spent 6 hours in the toilets today. 6 hours. You've ruined all the first class service. only 75% of the service was served because the 25% upstairs just could not get anything. You, sir, have ruined... Well, safe to say, passengers will not be your friends, that's for sure. Blacklist him. Well, like I say, jet bridge is connected, passenger deboarding the aircrafts, and we are now pretty much ready to, well, open for the flight report, shall we? Again, I just love the music here. Although it is fitting. It is fitting. Right. So, main menu, end flights. Have a look. So, 365 passengers aboard, extreme flying conditions, that was the autopilot. In-flight surface suspension, that was the autopilot messing around. Ahead of schedule at least, that's always good. Reckon you at work, frenzy about the airline. Wish they'd finished in-flight service. Sorry, I'll be the first people in first class who can get a service. Gather early, 3 long flights. It's going to be fun leaving the aircraft. So overall, most passengers were quite happy with that. There you go. So flight time was 6 hours and 44 minutes in the air. Block time was 7 hours and 3 minutes. We planned to depart at 1955, departed at 1954. Planned arrival 3:25. We arrived at 2:41. So we came in a little bit early, which was always good. 272 landing rate, which is pretty standard for the 747. You can't fault that really. So if I go to records. View that, view online, and so in about 5 minutes when it uploads you can use this link to view the end of flight reports for yourselves. So yeah, I think that now brings me to the end of today's stream. Like I say, tomorrow we'll be doing a group flight, so, well, today we're doing group flight, so stick around for that. I'm now off to bed. That was a good flight, a little bit iffy on the autopilot there, the 747, but ultimately, what can you say about it? I enjoyed it. So, yeah, thank you all very much for tuning in today. You guys take care, have a good one, and I shall see you again soon. Good night.